Good morning, dear friends, colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you in the second day of the forum, Human Capital, Safety and Euro Integration. I invite I give the floor for the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. It is very important that the legislation basis for the system of national qualification has been adopted recently.
For our partners, I'm really receptive and see to all of you, and thank you for strong support Ukraine and education system of Ukraine. Дорогі наші колеги, дорогі друзі, пане Юрію, дуже радий.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm enjoying joining you today. And for all countries all over the world, the human capital is the basis for creativity. And for Ukraine, this is the most powerful resource, including the support of our stakeholders abroad and the preservation and the development of the human capital is probably the most important task for all of us. And the education plays a major role here. We are proud of the possibility to create the system and to continue this work. Our scientific workers, our educational workers participate in European education programs. Euratom, for example, we are cooperating with our international partners, and we are thankful for such a great support. Today, we form a large concept of safety, which consists of two elements. The first one is the methodological element, and it is based on the human capital. And we don't need a recovery of the structure before Greek. We need a new structure. That's why to recover Ukraine, as our president announced, it is the competitiveness of the national education. We adopted changes in order to move to the European Union, and the re-education in the field of vocational and technical education is very important in the wartime. We are implementing many digital tools for the development of education, and we have presented the world of professions. It allows to use fundings on the professional level. We offered to a draft law on education for adults, and we cooperate with our colleagues from the European Union in this field. Jointly, we Ukrainian education workers began to establish their own trademark on the international level. At this serious forum, we are discussing the question of the human capital, and it will facilitate our movement and in our agenda to the European Union. I wish you to solve all the issues, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Mr. Sergey, for your participation and for your contribution to the development of the national system of qualifications, together to the victory. And now we begin the first panel of the second day, standardization in the system of qualifications. I invite the first speaker to our scheme, and this is the first deputy minister. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the possibility to join such a major forum. I would like to say a few words about the regulation of qualifications. It is very important to regulate the content of professional programs in the professional education. Professional programs are built on the basis of education standards and qualification characteristics. But in the higher education, the situation is more complicated, and we have over several thousand standards in this field. The standardization plays a very important role. Professional standards must be built on a modern ground. The Ministry of Education and Science has developed regulations to develop national qualifications, and we call employers, their associations, state bodies, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to more actively support us in establishing professional standards. In the register of professional qualifications, we have over 100 standards that belongs to the sixth and eighth levels of the national framework of qualifications. In other questions are regulated professions, and this is questions what our partners pay attention to this question, and the access to professions must be regulated. Educational programs must be regulated, which allows access to professions. We are working on the concept of the classificator according to international standards, professional qualifications according to the international standards ISCO 8. This will give us an opportunity to describe in the new classificator the newest information. The working group is working on the improvement of the classifier and to improve standards that already exist. We are working on changes to regulations for higher education, and this is especially important for regulated professions. These measures overall will ensure the harmonization of education and labor market, and I call everybody to cooperate in this very important question. I wish you a fruitful forum and conclusions after this forum will provide expert assistance for the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, greetings for you. I thank very much for Andriy Vitrenko and for his speech. He characterized the development of the national system of qualifications. I would like to thank one more time to all people which made this forum possible. First of all, these are defenders of Ukraine, which give us the opportunity to live and to work. After after a year, we analyzed the development of the nation of the system of national qualifications and the development of the national system of qualifications is connected to the development of laws in this field, and many changes are already implemented in the law of Ukraine on the functioning of the national system of qualifications adopted on the 1st April 2022. This law contains a number of changes on the system of qualifications. There are many amendments to other laws, and these changes say that we have another subject for certifying professional standards, and if a non-professional council will establish such standards, so that then trade unions must do this certification of the standards. The National Qualifications Agency developed professional standards. We have a draft document for such standards. We have a working group with representatives of Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, of Digital Ministry of Ukraine. So many steps were made in the development of our national qualification system. Many speakers will speak about regulated professions. Ukraine has become the EU candidate state, member candidate, and we with speakers from healthcare field, from the state sector, we will discuss the development of regulated professions in Ukraine. I give the floor for the next speaker, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Ms. Tetiana Berezhna. Thank you. Good day, dear colleagues. This is a very important event, and we are sure that a human being is the most valuable resource. Their skills are driving the economy, and under our circumstances, only the human capital can help to rebuild Ukraine. The professional training is very important in this field. We need equal conditions to conduct business activities. The state is creating such conditions in Ukraine, and the government and our ministry pay special attention to creation of working places. We have programs for supporting enterprises and for creation of working places and for solving the unemployment issue. Ukrainian are getting more stronger and they are more responsible for their life and the connection, the bridge between the development of the human capital and the labor market are professional standards, requirements to the professional capabilities of workforce. So we are working on the relevant document. Ukraine has become an EU member candidate, and we have new tasks in this regard. We need to adapt our laws according to European criteria, and we need a structural system of recognition of professions. For Ukraine, it is a great task to create approaches in this field. Ukraine has to consider how to implement the respective directive, EU directive on recognition of professional qualifications. We need to implement the term regulated professions in our laws, and we have to norm the requirement of professional qualifications. We must to modernize labor relationships on the labor market, implementing implementing European standards in our country. Thank you very much for your attention. We have many challenges, and Ms. Tetiana has pointed out for us some of them, which regulated professions we will have in Ukraine, which requirements will be here, and we are working together with the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine in this field. I apologize. The next speaker of our forum is Natalia Alyoshina. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, and dear colleagues, I'm indeed in Brussels now, and in the context of the EU member candidateship of Ukraine, we need new standards of state governments and public services. We be begin we are beginning the dialogue to discuss the agenda, and this is important for all of us because Ukrainian people make many efforts to create the most successful alliance on the European level. And we have a guideline for the system of state governments, and this document contains the classifier for standards of state services.
Here we talk about remuneration, many other things, many other achievements which we already have. And in November, in Ukrainian parliament, a new bill was registered, which is talking about uniform approaches to remuneration in civil service based on job classification. And then there are some key factors that impact this amount. We are talking about qualification, experience, the level of responsibility, and then the performance and efficiency and the quality of implementation of job duties. Here also I'd like to speak about the concept of a civil servant. The civil servant profession and civil service are not similar. Civil service is something, it's an activity which is regulated by the state, aimed at implementing the functions of the state. And in fact, it's covering everything. Civil servants, on the other hand, are experts with different education, knowledge, experience. There are lawyers, accountants, HR people, IT experts, you name it. And of course, this is not an exhaustive list. So all these jobs, unlike the private sector, are covered by the legislation and legislative restrictions. It's important for these requirements to be clear for everyone. So our classification of jobs is a response to this challenge. So it takes into account the functions, the workload, the complexity of the job that this civil servant is performing. And this is where we have this cross-cutting application of selection procedures and many other aspects. When we recruit people, when we promote people, this bill that I mentioned before is talking about remuneration, and the pay will be based on the catalog of jobs, standardized jobs in civil service. That's how we developed our classification. In February, this catalog was proposed for the government to review, but the bill needs to become effective for this catalog to be adopted. And we are talking about requirements to competencies and professional responsibilities. So these kind of requirements will be discussed also and applied during the competitive selection procedures. So we are talking about education, we are talking about specialization, the knowledge of the state language, knowledge of a foreign language, and many more. So next year, the national agency will continue working on the competencies. We will be talking about the types of jobs, the levels of jobs, because we want to make that catalog full and complete. So we will be building an ecosystem with this catalog. It will look like a universal marker. Of course, it will be supplemented, it will be improved. It's not an ideal document yet, so it will still be developed. And every job will be assigned a code for future unification, classification, and digitalization, so that people could get enrolled into the self-service and perform their job duties. Then at some time in the future, we will have a classification for all the jobs in civil service. We will introduce a grading system. We will also introduce a system of remuneration. And we understand all the challenges. We understand all the risks that this war has created for us. Also, we are looking at revising the functions of the state agencies. We also are talking about delaying the reform for another year. The reform is still ongoing, and the national agency is now working through a test classification. That's what we want to do first. We'll dry run it, and then in July, maybe August, we will be able to have a tentative classification of jobs. And based on that, we will also make our estimates of how much it's going to cost us to implement the reform. So that's the homework that we have to work on in terms of practical European integration. And implementing all that would allow Ukraine to become a proper member of the EU, because Ukraine is showing its resilience, invincibility every day, and we proved that we are capable of doing so many things, and we are capable of developing highly qualified, competitive experts. And I think that would give us a lot of success. Colleagues, I took too much time already. I now have to board the plane. I'm coming back to Ukraine. So thank you for your attention. Now, that was a quick analysis of all the new developments. So have a safe flight, Natalia, and bon voyage. See you later. Now, we are inviting the next speaker who's going to talk about health. In many European countries, health workers are considered to be regulated professions. So now I'm inviting Deputy Minister of Health, Irina Mikachuk. Irina, over to you. Hello, thank you, dear colleagues. Good morning. And I am very happy to have the opportunity to present our views and ideas at this very important forum. These things are very important for human capital. And we are talking about accumulation, development of human capital. But for that to work, you need to have a proper, effective health system. And this human capital needs to be in good health. In times of COVID, we understood very well that this is a huge problem. And now we are fighting for our freedom. We are in the midst of a full-scale war, and that presents lots of challenges. And we do understand every day how important it is to retain our human capital, and the health sector is one of the many sectors that give support to the fight, and we will help to transform our country and our health system after the war. The availability of professional standards is very important for training of doctors, uh, pharmacists, nurses, and other medical staff. All that is needed so that they could gain necessary professional qualification, and so that later they could provide high-quality services, because the high-quality services, good performance, means health of our citizens, of our people, and economic capabilities of our state. Now, let's get back to the theory. The key category which is now regulated by the government is the professional qualification. It needs to be recognized or confirmed by the appropriate government agency. They issue a standardized document, and we're talking about a totality of the different test results, examinations, and that also allows this individual to perform professional activities in line with appropriate professional standards. The professional standards, of course, are different, and they are the foundation to develop educational standards and programs. The methodology, guidelines for all types of education, and also the evaluation criteria of the training results and acceleration of receipt of professional qualification. All that is very important for us. So if there are no qualification standards, then the competency requirements for staff can be decided using qualification characteristics, and that is the situation that we now see in health. Right now, the competency requirements for health workers are mentioned in the guideline 78 of the qualification characteristics for professions, and that's been approved by the Ministry of Social Policy and Labor. And also it's been agreed with the Ministry of Health back in March 2022. So the Ministry of Economy is authorized also to make amendments to this guide. It's designed in accordance with our professions classification, which was in effect at that time, and it's covering all the medical staff in the system of the health sector. Now, these professions, they develop dynamically. This guidebook includes qualification characteristics for 253 professions of health workers. And our life is very dynamic, and the requirements of our medical sciences also require updates of this guideline. And this guide is being revised. So this guide was adopted 20 years ago, and so far 53 amendments have been made. Now we work on new amendments because new professions are being introduced in the health sector. So, for example, according to the results of our joint work on the national program of mental health and mental support, where we work together with the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska, so we work on qualification characteristics for such new professions, such as clinical psychologist and chaplain. Combat medic. So those are new professions and they require amendments in this important document. So we are trying to align this guide with numerous bylaws and regulations. But at the same time, in our view, those qualification requirements for professions by their structure and content no longer comply with modern day requirements. So the Ministry of Health is working on replacement of those qualification requirements to professional standards. For us, it is extremely important. And after all, for the EU, and speaking about EU member states, this practice of application of professional standards is widely accepted. And we communicate with colleagues all the time. We talk to other ministries of health of EU countries and member states. So we also talk to the WHO on this matter. And this is a highly prestigious profession. This is a very responsible profession. So this responsibility, which is vested into our representatives, means that they become in demand and they deserve to use professional standards. It is also supported by the idea that there's been issued the order number 673 by the ministry covering the specialties in the area of health, and they are talking about introducing certain educational programs which allow them to have access to professions which are additionally regulated. Of course, this is all very well justified by the high social weight and responsibility of the profession. All the professions which are now being gained based on the classification 22, it's dentistry, the technology of medical diagnosis and treatment, pharmacy, industrial pharmacy, therapy, pediatrics. All these professions are regulated by the government. The public health specialty does not belong to the group of regulated specialties, but also we are still trying to organize expert discussion about the appropriateness of assigning uh, public health experts into the category of regulated professions because they do have serious impact on public health, on the health of the community, and also they impact morbidity and life expectancy. So we develop new standards also in education, and professional standards need to be the foundation of that. And the educational standards will then result in training programs for doctors, pharmacists, rehabilitation experts, and there are special conditions under the Code 22 and there are some restrictions which talk about the types of training. And in medicine type of training, we can only train people as full-time students. Clinical training can only be done using university hospitals, and professional training at those clinical departments should also take into consideration all the details, all the specifics, and it should envisage simulation methods, so modeling methods using diagnostic and imaging equipment, and work at the bedside of a patient for this many hours. And the need to bring in additional qualifications, specializations is very important. Or the attestation is very important. Then they have to pass the qualification exam. One of them is called CROC or STAP. And the training of medical personnel also means that we have to prescribe certain licensing conditions. And now we are talking about health related specialties under Code 22. As of now, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education and Science, Ministry of Education and Science is the lead agency in the area of education, they are working on the draft resolution of the CMU and the Ministry of Health. We have provided our suggestions, and we expect that the stance of the MOE and the medical community will be taken into consideration, because we use democratic approaches to licensing, especially when we talk about specialty 22. But unfortunately, those democratic approaches do not facilitate improvement in the area, so we do see some unsatisfaction from the public, and it negatively impacts the service provision. Speaking about access to the profession, speaking about appointments to positions, well, the applicants need to first gain the proper education, pass the appropriate tests and examination. Then they have to pass independent testing, CROC 1, CROC 2, and CROC 3 tests. So we also introduced a rating-based distribution for residency, and because of the martial law, we decided to postpone this. Now, in 2023, we believe that this electronic distribution between hospitals will improve the situation. That would also facilitate learning new knowledge, new skills, and learning those desired professions. As of now, we have 23 specialties in our residency program, and we additionally can organize more training to get new specializations. 136 specialties are available now at the secondary level. If we get back to the standards, I can also tell you that today, as of now, the National Qualification Agency received a request to develop 74 draft professional standards which belong to the sphere of health. Out of them, the Ministry of Health prepared 60 applications for priority medical professions, which is 40% out of the total number of medical professions. The 4 applications cover nursing professions, and 1 application is covering combat medic profession for the National Guards of Ukraine. 2 applications cover the rehabilitation experts, and they've been submitted by the Ukrainian Association of Physical Therapy, and 6 applications sent for pharmaceutical professions. For the remaining 8 professions, we developed draft professional standards, and the public hearings have been conducted to discuss that. So we are just starting this path, and in the future, there will be much more work in terms of introducing, approving all those standards in the area of health. During phase 1, this will cover 74 professions, and also for the upcoming phases, professional standards will have to be developed and adopted for professions for all the groups of staff, leaders, managers, technical staff, mid-level managers, everyone. Now we have completed the public discussion of the self-governance law in health, and this is a very important component of civil society in our regulated profession, and it's important also for us to adopt this bill. There is a very heated discussion of this document, but everyone is very much interested in protecting their interests. The trade unions have their reservations, of course, but speaking about medical staff, speaking about health sector, it's very important to have self-governance system in this area because medical staff need to also participate in preparation of standards, training, organizing training programs, and it needs to be facilitated by the MOE or MOH. Otherwise, there will be no progress in the development of this profession. And we are talking about patients, about people, and we are talking about health of our public. The international expertise is very important for us. We also need to cooperate with the EU and other member states where they have a better level of training and education for medical staff, and they show very good results. So we are ready to share experience and we are ready to cooperate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Irina, for your comprehensive analysis in the healthcare field. These standards are very important for the establishment of educational standards and programs. The healthcare minister has submitted documents for 74 professions to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Profession, qualification characteristics needs to be updated. They were adopted 15 years ago, and in the law 2179 it was mentioned that professional standards have an advantage before professional characteristics. Thank you very much, Ms. Irina, for your speech, and I give the floor for the Deputy Minister of Sport of Ukraine. Thank you very much. The educational matters for them is another ministry is responsible, and the youth policies and the sphere of sport is very important for the development of human capital. It is very important for us to develop new approaches for the professional development of specialists in the sport field. We are working on a new profession, youth specialists for the development, for the comprehensive development of young people, and to conduct development activities for young people. We need professionals to do such activities. So we are working on such standards. We have been working on such standards during first 8 years, and we need a high-quality youth policy, and it is very important to implement these policies, not both on the national and local levels. The quality of the work with young people must be must be on the proper level. We trained over 4,500 specialists. There are specialists that aren't directly connected with the sphere of young people, and we train them too. this proves that we have a potential to conduct this work and to strengthen this work and to follow a systematical approach in the development of young peoples and to implement international practices. And we have been learning such practices pretty intensive. 2021, we started our work for the recognition of the new profession and for their classification. And we are working on the development of professional standards. And we are going to discuss the draft of the professional standards publicly, and we are working with the USAID and other institutions in this field. So it is very important to ensure the movement development of people, and health lifestyle is also very important in in professional activities. So sport competences and other activities are very important in the sport field. We are based on the paragraph 7 of the document of UNESCO, that such specialists must acquire such qualifications. Our society is changing and we need to improve our qualifications, and specialists that are engaged in these matters must be properly qualified. And this is about the lifelong education. This principle must be implemented in Ukraine, and we must develop the sectoral framework for sport culture, and we need a national framework for the specific of professional activities. We must prepare professional standards, and we must certify our specialists. And to we learned recommendations of our colleagues. In 2020, the ministry examined the strategy. We began our work for sectoral qualifications framework, and we research products that are already established in France, in other countries. We need to compare the respective European practices from the European Union, and we would like to develop our national framework on the basis of the European one. And in cooperation with the National Qualifications Agency, we developed the project of the sectoral framework. Of course, the standardization in the system of qualifications needs to meet requirements that are already adopted within the Ukrainian laws. Ukraine is obliged to to make their laws in accordance with the European legislation. The mobility of workforce is very important, and we are going on to move this way. We need to define the possibility of the regulation of such standards, especially in the sphere of young people, in the sphere of sport, in the field of sportsmen with disabilities. And we are only starting this way, but we are aware of the necessity to go this way to develop the human capital. Thank you very much to you and to all guests of the forum. Thank you very much. Miss Marina, you've got a question. Ukraine must develop criteria which profession is considered to be a regulated profession and which is not. How do you see that in the regulation field of your ministry, professions must be acquired only in a formal way? I would divide my answer into two theses. This profession must be regulated. This is a new profession that I mentioned, and this is, and we are researching experience from other countries that already have regulated professions, and we have to rely on respective professional qualifications of specialists, and it is obviously that we are on the way to regulated professions, and it is very important to better define this direction. Thank you very much, Ms. Marina. I wish you a good work, and I would like to invite our next speaker. This is the international expert Vidmantas Tutlis. We are cooperating with him very close. Experiences from Lithuania are very important for us, and we are getting such experience from Vidmantas Tutlis. The matter of regulation is of interest for us today. Vidmantas Tutlis, over to you.
For possibility to very interesting and very important forum for not only for your country, for Ukraine, first of all. I'm participating already the second time. But I think it's very also interesting for other countries, also for the European Union, because now as a candidate country, Ukraine as a candidate country is really an important partner for European Union, and we will collaborate very intensively in the nearest future, of course. I hope that you see my slides. Can you confirm that you see my slides? Do you see my slides?
Бачите мої слайди?
Так, видно.
Yes, we can see your slides.
My topic I will introduce today the regulated professions in the national system of qualifications in Lithuania. I will discuss the implications of regulated professions, for the design of qualifications, and also for some words about vocational education, higher education curricula. So I will start from looking into the European Union policy in the regulation of professions, because it's very important for Lithuania as a member state of European Union. Then we will look into stipulation of regulated professions in Lithuania, how they are organized in our country. Also, institutions responsible for the governance of regulated professions we will discuss, and how regulated professions are treated in the national system of qualifications. So Lithuania, as a member of European Union, must, of course, has to follow all the regulations and all the provisions regarding regulation of professions which are defined in the European Union. And it was already mentioned by the speakers before, which made the presentations before, that European Union seeks to eliminate all obstacles for free movement of persons and services between the member states. And it also concerns different kind of obstacles which for movement, not only between the countries, but also different obstacles related to the practicing of different professions and occupations. So this is for this reason, European Union also in a way tries to stipulate the governance of regulated professions also in the member states. And of course, this recognition of professional qualifications is one of the fundamental rights of European Union citizens. And also it guarantees the principle of free movement of people within the European Union. This is a very also important principle. Well, so if you look to the regulation of professions in European Union, so in general, in the EU area, there are regulated several hundred professions, and for this reason, European Union sets up a system of recognition of professional qualifications, which helps to facilitate this free movement of people. Also removes obstacles for the establishment and exercising of profession in the certain areas, and also protects citizens from the unsuitable, so to speak, or insufficiently trained and qualified professions in the different sectors and areas, especially those areas which are related with the safety, security for the citizens and for the society. So not going into the details about the instruments of European Union in regulating those professions, we can mention here the Directive 2013, which introduces some of these instruments related to recognition of professional qualifications. And these instruments, they involve this so-called introduction of European professional card, which is currently issued for 5 professions, like nurses in general practice, pharmacists, physiotherapists. Then we have mountain guides and real estate agents. Then we have updating of minimum training requirements for nurses, doctors, midwives, pharmacists, dentists, veterinary surgeons, and architects. Also, we have introduction of so-called alert mechanism. And here, for example, the competent authorities of the Republic of Lithuania and other member states, they are obliged to notify the internal market information system of health and some education professionals whose professional activity has been suspended or restricted in their country. So in Lithuania, this role is performed by the Ministry of Economics and Innovations. And then we have another final instrument. It's introduction of a so-called one-stop shop principle, which enables professionals seeking for recognition of professional qualifications to obtain all the information which they need very quickly and easily without large any bureaucratic obstacles by contacting just one institution in the country. So in Lithuania, this contact center functions, they are carried out by the Ministry of Economy and Innovations. So now moving to this stipulation of regulated professions in Lithuania, we have several legal acts which do that, which perform this regulation. We have a list of regulated professions approved by the Order of Ministry of Economy of the Republic of Lithuania back in 2014, and it contains now 33 professions. 33 regulated professions, mainly concentrated in the sectors of healthcare, education, legal services, pharmacy, a few professions in the field of engineering, architecture, and also one kind of separate profession, which is a tourism guide. Then we have also this European, we transposed or implemented the main provisions of this European directive of 2013, which I mentioned, into the legal system of our country by the law on recognition of regulated professional qualifications. And what concerns the criteria for defining, so these criteria also, they are based on the requirements of another European Council directive, which of 2018, number 958, which is called proportionality test before adoption of new regulation of professions. So this document outlines these key criteria which should be followed in defining regulated professions, and we follow these criteria. Well, looking to the institutions or to the institutional settings responsible for the governance of regulated professions in Lithuania, as I mentioned before, the main functions, the main responsible institution is the Ministry of Economy and Innovation. And there's a department or unit in the ministry which works as a help desk for the recognition of those professional qualifications related with regulated professions. And this help desk, this unit, they perform three main functions. They assist on recognition of professional qualifications for citizens and help centers in other member states. So they advise on the procedures for recognition of professional qualifications in the regulated professions in Lithuania, other EU member states. They issue European professional cards and other documents related to regulated professions in Lithuania. They also help our citizens and also citizens of other member states to ensure, to protect their rights related to the law on recognition of professional qualifications, and also on the European directive on the recognition of professional qualifications. So if some citizens, Lithuanian citizens or citizens of other countries, they see that their rights about recognition of their qualifications related to regulated professions are violated, they can refer to this help desk to find a solution. And also, this help desk performs the functions of competent authority for the processing of internal market information system files, for the issuing of European professional cards, and also, well, communicating information related to the different questions or issues related with recognition of qualifications in the regulated professions. In those cases when we have when the person seeks to establish himself in the regulated profession or provide services on temporary occasional basis in another member state where this profession is not regulated. So this is an institutional setting. It's quite simple. One actual institution which takes care about regulated professions. And then a few words about how regulated professions, how they are treated in the national system of qualifications. So there are also quite simple requirements related to the development of so-called sectoral qualification standards, which we implemented since 2013. So if the qualification is included in the list of regulated professions approved by this order of 2014, the description of qualification must be based on the legal acts regulating its content and its award. So to speak, if the sectoral qualification standard includes qualification related to regulated profession, then the developers of this standard, responsible different expert bodies, responsible institutions must take into consideration all the formal requirements related to that regulated profession. They must analyze and must consider all the documents, standards, international standards, which stipulate also this profession when elaborating descriptor of qualification. Then the fact that qualification is included in the list of regulated professions must also be clearly stated in the description of qualification. There is a special field for that to indicate that this qualification is related to regulated profession. And another formal requirement related to those qualifications based on regulated professions is that the drafts of descriptors of qualifications which are related to regulated professions, they have to be presented to reviewing and approval to the Ministry of Economy and Innovations, to this responsible body. Usually when we are talking about the approval of and quality assurance of qualification standards and approval of qualification standards, this function is done by the sectoral professional committees. The multilateral bodies represented by the different sectoral stakeholders like employers, organizations, companies, trade unions, professional organizations, also some responsible ministries involved. And they make this quality assurance, and they verify, they review the standards before approval. So this is also applied for the qualification descriptors of regulated professions. But in addition to that, these descriptors are also provided for the reviewing to the Ministry of Economy and Innovations, to this institution responsible for stipulation of regulated professions. And also looking to the formal side, like I mentioned before, the descriptor of qualification in the sectoral qualification standard, it contains some dedicated fields for the provision of information on regulated professions. So for example, there's a field which is called requirements for the qualification under European Union legislation, international treaties, or legislation of the Republic of Lithuania. And under this field, if we have, for example, the qualification related to regulated profession, here it must be clearly stated that this, this qualification covers this regulated profession. Very clear statement. And also in this case, there's another field which is called compliance of qualification with the European Union and international standards. And if, for example, there are some European standards, international standards which related to this regulated profession, it also should be clearly, this standard should be clearly indicated, stated under this field. So, this is the formal requirements. And also, when we are developing sectoral qualification standards related to regulated professions, the developers of standards, the working group which develops the standards, they have to first of all, they have to identify those qualifications which are related to regulated professions in the sectors of activities. This is done in the phase of sectoral analysis by analyzing documents. And then they have to provide references on the available existing EU and other international standards, which stipulate the content of related qualifications and describing those qualifications. And also, like I mentioned before, the drafts of descriptors of qualifications, they are provided for additional reviewing to the Ministry of Economics and Innovations, to this help desk. And then if, of course, Ministry then delegates this reviewing to the specialists, to the experts in the field, like, for example, if their qualifications are related to healthcare sector, so these would be healthcare experts. If it's pharmacy, then pharmacy experts. If it's engineering experts, education experts. And then if there are some additional remarks or requirements or notices on the improvement requirements, these must be followed in improving, adjusting the descriptors of qualifications before their official approval. So these are the key provisions which we follow in developing qualification standards for the regulated professions. Дуже дякую за увагу. Слава Україні!
Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Vidmantas. Thank you so much for in-depth analysis of how things are with regulated professions in your country. We understand that since 2014 at the legislative level, the regulated professions started to be managed by the Ministry of Economy and Innovations, and it's a formal procedure. So can you please tell us how many regulated professions do you have now? Because in many countries it's different. In Poland it's 380. So what's the total number of regulated professions in your country, and does this number change? And if it does, how often?
That we have only 33 such professions. It's a very short list, only 33. And there's no big change in increasing or decreasing. I mean, number is more or less stable. And these professions, they are mainly, I mean, from the healthcare sector majority. Then we have pharmacy. Then we have education sector. Then we have two professions, I think, in the engineering. One is civil, one is of engineer, another is of architect. And we have a quite exotic, I mean, case, tourism guide as regulated profession. So this is it.
Дякуємо, пане Відмонтесе,
Thank you so much. Thank you for in-depth, detailed analysis of regulated professions in the Republic of Lithuania. Thank you. So we've heard some practical experience from you, and we definitely will look into your experience. And Ukraine may, in the future, decide to use this experience for our regulated professions in Ukraine. We understand that we have to adjust Ukrainian legislation, and we understand that there are challenges in the EU which we have to respond to, and that's how I think we will cooperate. Thank you so much, and hopefully in the future we'll cooperate more. Now the next speaker is Chabanyuk Olga, and she is deputy head of the Professional Association in Education of Ukraine. Olga, over to you. Dear colleagues, good morning.
Your speech, for your experience. It will be very interesting for us for future. Перш за все, я б хотіла подякувати.
Allow me to thank the organizers of this very important international forum. Allow me to thank the National Qualification Agency, because in these very complicated conditions you were able to still organize a forum like this in a mixed mode, both offline and online. And that's how we can exchange experiences and achieve success. Now, speaking about our platform and the discussion at hand, speaking about the trade union and its stance on the topic, we understand that the rebuilding of Ukraine and investment should not be done just in rebuilding infrastructure destroyed by our enemy, but also in human resource. We're talking about new jobs, economic growth, and quick integration into European space with its high standards of quality of life. And that's the future of Ukraine that we are supposed to have when this full scale war is over. Um, re- re- Development of common tools, bringing our economy back on its track, returning our citizens back to Ukraine, creating conditions for them. Those are the plans for the nearest future. The war now is taking away our resources, but instead it gives us motivation for recovery, for rebuilding. And today we understand that we need to integrate into the rest of the world with high tech, with highly developed staff in many areas and walks of life. The development of human capital is our joint goal for the government, institutions, trade unions, and the public. There is one important question about improving, perfecting professional standards, and that includes regulated professions. So we also talk about recognition and confirmation of these qualifications. That requires changes in the legislation, that requires working with experts on this topic, and that's exactly what we are doing now at this forum, because the regulated profession is the profession whereby access to uh, jobs and many other things are regulated by special legislation, bylaws and regulations. Right now, the government is regulating the types of activity, types of jobs which have direct impact on the population. And of course, we are talking about health, law, journalism, linguistics, and education, because regulated professions are the professions which require acquiring specific professional qualifications. In other words, to be able to work in a regulated profession, you have to fulfill the conditions which are presented by Ukraine's legislation. In practical terms, this means that when we talk about regulated professions, you need to have licenses, certificates, other documents, and credentials without which you cannot do certain jobs. So, speaking about standards, they all are developed now with the help of trade unions. They participate in working groups, and this tri-party dialogue is taking place, and the difference of opinion also produces good results. The recognition of professionalism today is a very important topic, because the job market of the country requires and will require experts to rebuild Ukraine and to make it fully functional state. 50% of all the staff will need requalification in the future, because the technologies, new technologies are being introduced at a very rapid pace, and that is in the report of the Global Economic Forum. Now, half of the staff will need requalification in the nearest future because of economic consequences caused by the pandemic and the full-scale war. This turmoil, this paradigm shift will become the key for creating new jobs. And we are convinced that this will help to learn new ideas, new things. Critical thinking, ability to problem solve, ranks first among the skills which are quite popular in the opinion of the employers. Based on the results of the Economic Forum, they say that 85 million jobs will be replaced by machines. But also, on the other hand, we need to remember that there will be 97 million new jobs, which will adapt to the changes in the labor market. These new jobs will be very handy for the post-war recovery. So we have to focus on this. And we can only win this war when we invest in human capital. including into the profession of a teacher. So the professional standard of a teacher needs to be a very important document that prescribes conditions and requirements for teachers, checking their competencies for compliance. They also need to focus on bringing in a highly trained professional teacher, someone who has the personality that strives for self-learning and improvement. And most of the associations, teachers' associations, call upon governments to focus on helping teachers and addressing challenges that the teachers face today. And the world today has a huge shortage in teaching staff, and everybody's talking about this. We have in the US, in EU, everywhere. And today we feel a huge shortage of teaching staff here in Ukraine. Because of the war, we observe the brain drain from our country. We are losing the best people to foreign countries. So we have to think about creating good, comfortable jobs for teachers so that young people, students, could come back to this country because they are the ones who will rebuild our independent Ukraine.
And teachers cannot be more overloaded by the work and to receive their awards. Their work cannot be undervalued, and this is the thing. This is the task for the Ukrainian legislation. Ukraine is forming their profession standardization basis, and we are creating our national system of qualifications under support of the European qualification system, and this makes better the mobility of workers and the mobility of workers with specific educational certificates. I thank very much to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, to the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. They are involved in the creation of such standards, and only together we can reach the result needed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Olga. Trade unions are actively participated in the development of professional standards on the stage of the development of professional stages. Representatives of trade unions are also engaged in working groups. The National Agency, Qualifications Agency, also trade unions are always participating in the development of professional standards, and I thank you very much. I wish you peace, victory, and the implementation of the European course. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, our panel is going to be ended. As conclusion, I would like to mention that indeed we discussed today only some fields, some aspects of professional activities, but there are many problems which we have to solve together. They are mutual for all fields of activities. We have to improve our national legislation, and we must implement the term regulated professions in our laws, and how these professions will be defined, will be recognized, and this must be in accordance with European regulations in the field of qualifications. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I hope we will have many meetings in offline format. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you very much.
Ось така вкрай важлива тема, яка вимагає
This is a very important topic, and this topic must embrace all stakeholders. And this topic motivates. Our next panel starts at 12:20 p.m. You can follow our forum on the website of the National Qualifications Agency and on our YouTube channel. You can leave there your comments on the page of the National Qualifications Agency in Facebook. Now you have time for morning coffee and to prepare for the next panel of our friends, we continue, and I welcome all the people that are following our forum from the morning. We called our forum Human Capital. The panel will be moderated by Bogdan Morklanik. The floor is yours. Dear colleagues, good day. We are going to have a very interesting discussion. This discussion will embrace professional qualifications in the field of military security. There were some shortages in the system of our military educations, and we consider that these shortages must be eliminated. And before we will discuss this during our discussion panel, I am inviting to the floor Mr. Fedor Venislavsky, the representative of the President of Ukraine in the Ukrainian Parliament. Over to you, Mr. Fedor. Hello to everyone and to organizers of this very important and very up-to-date forum. This is an issue that we must not undervalue. We have to rebuild the country. We have to build new plans, and we have to do all the best to have necessary professional qualifications in all fields to be one of the best countries in Europe. We have to fight on the media front, on the legislation front, and on other fronts. And we have a professional platform for discussions created by the National Qualifications Agency. And qualifications are playing a major role during the war. Indeed, this is one of the most important problems. The full-scale war from Russia against Ukraine has shown us many problems, especially in the military educations and overall in the military profession. And we have many requests in gaining new skills, new knowledge, especially in IT technologies. We are conducting our defense fight, and we have challenges so that we need new qualifications to learn new weapons. Our partners from NATO countries, they're excited how fast our military persons learn new weapons, and we demonstrate a very high level of professional competence in using new weapons. These can be rocket systems, these can be air means of fighting. Our military persons are very fast in learning such systems, and it is to protect our country from the enemy. The system of the military education is place a global rule for all military persons. The modern war which we conduct against the Russian Federation shows us the role of modern technologies and their use. And it's all about professional competence so that the army can have huge achievements. In Mordovia, it is very painful for Russian military personnel that Ukraine is being adapted, is adapting to NATO standards from 2014 when Russia made its invasion to Ukraine. We began systematical training and the implementation of professional standards in the military field, and this allows us to show the current level of professional qualifications, and this was unexpected for us too. Ukrainian armed forces could be the force that is unbeatable, but we were lack of time, but we are going this way. So qualifications in the military field needs to meet NATO standards in the field of military education. In Ukraine, professional military education systems have been implemented, and Ukraine declared its intention to be a NATO member, and we overcome many countries in implementation of professional military education. And this is a very important element of the governance system in using armed forces and in developing the military education systems. This means that we are on the right level, and we have a systematic and comprehensive approach, and we have the course L1, L5. This is about competence on the tactical and strategical level of the military educations. Our military persons and commanders demonstrate that they have the level of professional competence that allows our partners from NATO countries to see that they have something to learn from our military persons. So we conducted such military operations that we were able to free from the enemy some of Ukrainian regions and to begin our attack in Lugansk, in Kherson regions. And we are going in the to have more opportunities in the future to make prevention steps to counteract any aggressions from our enemy and to fight against such aggressions. Before this panel, we had a meeting of our parliamentary committee, and we recommended to the Ukrainian parliament to adopt some draft laws, especially in the field of education, of military education, and the achievement and the achievement of international NATO standards in the Ukrainian military education. For example, I think very important for all of us is the experience of the Israel state, and this important is very important from the moral and from the it allows to implement most important best practices in the military education. We researched the most important, the most effective models of counteracting invasions, and those regulations that allow us to consider our defense actions as the most important part of our defense system. So we need to pay more attention to the field of Ministry of Military Education, and the Office of President and the Defense Ministry make, are making many steps to use such standards, and as parliamentary committee we offer not single-pointed legislation amendments. We are offering comprehensive legislation amendments so that after our victory we could be a full member, a full NATO member, and we will be able to demonstrate these standards. Thank you very much to the organizers for such a very important forum, and it is very important to develop some practical recommendations which could be implemented by the Ukrainian parliament. I would like to answer your questions. Thank you very much that you are open to different offers. The question of national security is very important today and very acute today. And we thank you for the view of the Ukrainian parliament regarding this problem. In this part of our legislation, it is very important to adopt all proposals you mentioned. Now I give the floor to the rector of National Security Academy. The floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, for me, as for the security service officer and director of the academy, it's very important to develop professional standards specifically for people who work in national security. And we've been working on these qualifications a year before the aggression. In parallel, we've been working with the Ministry of Education. We wanted to create a training standard, educational standard for the expert in the field of national security. But what was the key advancement for us is the preparation of the training program. So in the National Academy, with the support of the heads of the security agency, we cooperated with the MOE, we have reformed the structure, we have changed the training programs, we've created new departments, new training centers, and we have the understanding that we have to bring in new technology for training of experts. You cannot really have a good experienced officer who does not know anything about economy, cyber, and of course, his professional security service officer training needs to be in place as well. And the full-scale aggression started in February, and sometime before that, we've been cooperating with the MOE. And on the eve before the invasion, we actually talked. We talked about the changing in standards and training and organizing training programs. This invasion now is showing us that we have to learn quicker. We have to change quicker. After this aggression is over, we will be reforming things. We will be improving our training program. So far, we already have implemented so many new developments. We have introduced a new standard. It's called National Security, and the standard has been sent to the MOE to work on it. And now we cooperate with the qualification agency to develop professional standards. And about a week ago, we organized an event with our international partners, and together with the Special Communications Service, we've been discussing qualifications and qualification standards. So thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to present at this gathering. And once again, as I said before, our operative staff will not be able to work and perform properly without technological training. We cooperate with other countries of Eastern Europe. We cooperate with our international colleagues, and with them we held consulting sessions, trainings, and that is just a beginning. In parallel, we cooperate with NSDC. I am a member of the working group to reform military education, and we understand that we are not a fully fledged military academy. We cannot be compared to the military academies run by the MOD, but still standardizing things, standardizing in education, and also keeping in mind the fact that we graduate lieutenants from our academy, same as military academies. We do need to cooperate. We have to cooperate with the line departments of the MOD, and this reform is ongoing. And in the nearest future, I believe, we will be able to implement, with the help of the National Qualification Agency, the industry standard for national security. So we are progressing, we are cooperating with other educational establishments, military education, security education, and we're talking about NATO standards L1, 2, 3, 4. Those qualification levels are taken into consideration. And also, the Ministry of Defense is giving us a lot of support. The public procurement program is still working. They ask us to train specialists for them. And introducing NATO standards in our professional qualification will also help us to gain new capabilities and achieve victory. Can you please tell us about your national experience? Do you cooperate with the partners? If you can, please tell us briefly about that kind of cooperation. And what about the recognition of our diplomas abroad? Of course, we cooperate with international partners. We held over 30 meetings with them. Most of them were about implementing NATO standards in training and education. And I must say that this cooperation, this process is a two-way street. And lots of international partners talk about interest in our help, our services as well. So we also have regular experience exchanges. We have our representatives in Brussels. They now learn new competencies. Recently, some of our colleagues came from Warsaw. So we have a good cooperation process. There is also demand, especially between Eastern Europe countries and the Baltic states. So unfortunately, we had this experience as a result of the war. Now we are sharing this experience with our colleagues. And we have many good things we can show and teach in terms of qualifications. Thank you so much. So allow me to ask a representative of the National Security and Defense Council. We will now ask the Deputy Head for Humanitarian Security, Volodymyr Bortnitsky. Please, over to you. Dear colleagues, good morning. Allow me to thank you for the opportunity to share the views of the NSDC on the future of the system of education and training for the security sector. For this couple of decades, there's been so many changes, especially in the area of technology, and these technology changes will impact our security at national and collective levels. And that's going to be the change that would impact another decades in the future. I analyzed the publications from NATO, from the US National Intelligence Group, some UK information. And with that information, we identified 8 key areas, such as big data, processing of big data, and extensive analytics, AI, quantum technology, air and space technology, supersonic technologies, and modern materials. So big data, expanded analytics helps us to improve with digitalization and using new sensors, new types of communication, the Internet of Things technology. And those technologies have become quite popular and widespread lately, everywhere, in all of the countries. Now, what is the key task for big data processing technology? First and foremost, we are trying to find some sense in raw data which you receive in large quantities with suspicious validity. And we work with video streams, real-time video streams, also talk about data encryption, communication encryption, using networks, situational awareness about the location of individuals, objects, when they operate at a given time in a given place, and making decisions based on that, implementation of uninterrupted global intelligence. The availability of big data in combat space, in other kinds of space, will allow to make forecasts for analytics. And that would also help to identify indicators of success and to warn about crisis. And the use of forecasting analytics and modeling would allow decision makers to improve their cognitive skills. That would also improve the speed of decision making, planning, and tasking. Speaking about AI, it describes the quality of machines to attain the quality of human intellect. We talk about recognition of different templates, different patterns. So, speaking about its application, we talk about generating fake news, using it for video, audio presentations, and real-time decision making, especially in the battlefield. So optimizing use of transport, their routes based on situational analysis of the environment using real-time tools and approaches. Speaking about military context, again, we're talking about evacs, medivacs, deploying equipment, making strikes against the enemy. All that needs to be taken into consideration for the achievement of a proper combat effect. Speaking about the independent equipment operation and related technologies, we already learned from experience how important that is. And we are talking about using drones and many other pieces of equipment. Also, we are talking about identification of risks, medivacs. We talk about survivability on land, in the air. We also talk about independent lethal weapons. Speaking about quantum technology, especially new generation quantum technology, they use quantum physics and related phenomena at subatomic levels, and that requires some serious progress, especially in cloud computing, in encryption, positioning, geographic positioning, visualization, communication, and creating modern materials. Air and space technology is used in space, and that allows for freedom of action. It gives you a global point of view on things and unrestricted access in vacuum. This is what's used in satellite technology, and this is also about developing satellite equipment that would allow to deliver strikes against the enemy from space. Use in commerce is also widespread. That would allow to have global situational awareness and hypersonic technology. So hypersonic systems include missiles, delivery vehicles that operate at speeds 5 times more than the speed of sound. We are talking about Mach 5 speeds. At that kind of speed, we have excessive release of heat, which may pose threat to the actual vehicle. We are talking about ballistic missiles, aviation, air-to-air missiles, and so on. Now let's talk about materials and modern day materials. That's very important because these new materials allow to use new approaches for maneuverability, for decision making, and for future use of hypersonic technology in the upcoming decade. Biotech. Biotech is extremely important. It's used by the organisms, molecular components, with the purpose of affecting live organisms, including genetic material. The biomedical interventions now are used to improve performance of humans, make them function longer before the period of rest. So those biotech concepts include bioinformatics, biosensors, in vitro, ex vitro, quantum biology, applied data, expanded analytics, enhanced performance also using virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, and medical means and ways of protection. We are talking about detection and protection from NBC threats and biomarkers, bioengineering, physiology, resilience, and synthetic biology, where we talk about using DNA and creating live sensors. Information systems, human sciences, they all help us expand cognitive, physiological, and social uh, performance of people. That is accompanied by robotics developments, AI, big data, expanded analytics, miniature objects, new materials, and these technologies are moving with a very fast pace. And a lot of national investment has been done into these technologies. Also, speaking about modern materials, they are artificial materials with some really interesting features, and they are used as a result of synthetic biology research, nanotech research. We are talking about some equipment and materials that provide top level protection for people, for users. They allow to retain energy. They also can be used for making fuel, food, construction materials, and so on. Of course, keeping in mind the amount of threats that impact at the local, regional, global processes, labor markets, services markets. All these technologies would require preparation and training of experts who can quickly adapt, who can think creatively and critically, who can design and issue tasks and assignments, who can solve problems, communicate with others, and who can be ready to learn new knowledge and skills and maintain those skills during the entire lives. And that requires training also in defense sector. And that means that we have to expedite the development in education and science and introduce new approaches. In the context of preparation of the national training and education system to respond to national security threats, and with the purpose of preparing experts of a new kind, the staff in NSDC offered to implement the following measures. Number one, we are talking about identifying new priority areas for development of research in science and innovation, which would allow to focus available resources on the most important technology where Ukraine has capabilities. Also, we want to analyze available research capabilities to support Ukraine's defense. And we want the system of education to support that kind of research within the state program. We also want to analyze the quality of economic education, technology sectors, and organization of training for experts, and supporting professionalism of staff, teaching staff. Also, we are talking about funding, which needs to be improved for the National Academy of Science and for the sectoral academies of science. Also, priority training needs to be established for all these important sectors based on international best practices. And we have to align qualifications of military jobs with the national classification that dates back to 2010. Also, the funding in the system of education and science needs to be improved. We also talk about vocational education. We talk about higher learning establishments and introduction of nonprofit status for the higher learning establishments. Establishment of a mechanism of endowment for educational establishments and research institutions, and a set of measures to engage business, to finance and co-finance some research and eliminate barriers with regard to use of research infrastructure of higher learning establishments and research institutions. And besides, we have to stop the brain drain. We have to help our learning establishments develop instead. And the implementation of all these measures will help with creating a proper system of education and science as a component of national defense and national security.
To adapt rapidly adapt to necessary requirements and to counteract dangers and to supply the defense sector with personnel. Thank you very much for your introduction. We have one short question to you. You made a great analysis of dangers for defense and security fields. First of all, I mentioned some points, and they are in the draft document, and our president will sign this document. We are waiting for his decision. Dear colleagues, let me invite to the floor the deputy department head, colonel Mr. Kasyanenko. The floor is yours. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much for the possibility to participate, for the opportunity to participate in this very important meeting. And I'm going to tell you about initiatives of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine in military educations. I am going to tell you about the state and the perspectives of the military education. We have a decision of the we have to take measures to transform the military education system and to ensure the defense capabilities of our state and to form the legal framework. In October and November 2020, under participation of NATO experts, an evaluation of military education has been conducted, and the main aims of transformation of military education have been established. It must based on the professionalization of armed forms of Ukraine. The system, the military education, we need to create the military education system integrated in the global education system of our stand. It must be made on the strategic and tactical levels. Military persons always need improvements in their education, in their knowledge, in their skills, and we need new skills, new structures from NATO countries. We analyzed experience from other countries, and we researched approaches to unify the formal and the informal education. Based on these requirements and having experience in practical usage of military education, we have three elements of military educations: higher education, improvement of qualifications, and vocational education. Higher education is for general professional competencies. They are formed by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and professional competences are aimed at competences defined by the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. The system offered allows to military persons to acquire skills and knowledge on three levels: tactical, strategical, and operative one. The experience of the large-scale war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, the training in the military field this system allows to involve representatives of local self-government authorities to the implementation of initiatives in the field of military education. So we have standards to take to develop our training courses on the basis of NATO standards. All educational programs must involve higher education standards. It is also about requirements of vocational education, and they must imply quality assurance requirements. We started to develop these programs, and this will allow us to create opportunities in the future for mutual recognition of certificates of different educational institutions. Another point is language knowledge. We've created an agenda, a roadmap to solve this problem. The specific of this roadmap is that some disciplines will be studied not only in Ukrainian but also in other languages, especially in English. So we rely on the results of the transformation of the military education system. We need a unified plan to realize this initiative, and we have to create centralized military education courses, and our military forces have to properly cooperate, interact on tactical and strategical levels, and certificates must be mutually recognized. We have adopted a number of regulations to achieve these goals. We improved administrative and management processes in military education institutions. The process is going on to support the decree of the Ukrainian government, this decree contains the concept of transformation of military education system of Ukraine. And in 2020, the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine developed a catalog for military professions which can be acquired in military education institutions. This catalog was of great interest in the military field, and the first deputy of the Minister of Defense adopted a field framework in field sciences. This is about the security of national borders. There is a matrix to compare educational levels, qualification levels, in order to create conditions for mutual recognitions of diploma and certificates. This framework has been developed according to national legislation standards and NATO standards. So my speech is over. Thank you very much for your attention. Dear Mr. Maxim, theoretically, we have a tool to compare results, for example, in Ukraine and in Poland. To a certain level, yes, we have this instrument, but we have to test this process. Maybe we will amend this. A large part of your presentation was bound with the postgraduate education. And now we have the war between Russia and Ukraine. Are there opportunities to rapidly requalify military persons? Are there standard ways to rapidly requalify if we need such requalification? Thank you very much for your question. We have elaborated the catalog of professions to achieve this goal. There are courses to improve qualifications, and these are not only in military education institutions, but also in military troops, in special education and special training centers. The applicant must apply the requalification of its military persons, and this procedures is very simple. Let me invite Alexander Yudin from the Special Connections Agency of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to be present here today, and that the National Qualifications Agency has invited representatives of the Special Connections Agency, so that we have the opportunity to tell about our standards in our field Today, I would like to talk about professional standards in cyber safety and how we are doing this work during and how we have been doing this work during last years. And I am starting my speech with the ideology and the Special Connections Agency is one of the participants of the legislation process. One of matters that our agency has to solve is protection of critical infrastructure. I'm glad that many our speakers told about the implementation of international standards. This is the most important point to implement international best practices. We cannot protect our critical infrastructure without such implementation. And the system of qualifications frameworks is very important. And the US and the European frameworks are of great importance, are of key importance here. What experience did we gain? Here you can see the experience from the United States and in the field of cybersecurity. They have a special institute that is responsible in this field, and we were going to learn from this experience. And only on 1st October, the European framework was started, and we were this was very important for us to learn from, first of all, from the US experience and how to certify, and we learned their ideology. They have a number of NIST standards for cybersecurity, and this is about security of state networks, of private networks, and so on. This set of NIST standards created the ideology to protect critical infrastructure and the cyberspace of critical infrastructure. And this gave the opportunity to form NIST standards, and this is the framework for cybersecurity in the United States. These are overall principles for governing personnel in cybersecurity field. So what is the base for the creation of this platform, of this framework in the United States? This is called cleaning house in the United States. You can see this on this slide. This is an industrial model which fixes skills, competences for the whole field of cybersecurity. But according to the work of our institute, we have general competences and also other types of competences, and we form our standards.
So how clearinghouse is different in the US? They have 4 qualification levels and 9 types of competencies. Individual competencies of an expert who's going to be employed in the sector, then academic competency. That's what you get through a learning establishment and competency at the working level, and also the sectoral competency. So 4 competencies in total. There is a continuum. They become more and more complex, and then they are broken down into further smaller competencies. All this is prescribed in their model and also in the NIST standard, special publication. It's obvious that this has been a tradition, and it stems from the public organizations in the US. They used to be formed as associations, and they say, well, we have to have some kind of standard, and we initiate creation of certain standards and career progression for the experts. And then there's associations, there's initiatives, there's conglomerates, unions, quite big ones in IT and security. They just cooperate with the National Institute for Standardization, and that's how they come up with standards in the area. So this is the ideology, which we can call a life cycle for professional standardization and training of personnel. And to your left, you can see a set of standards prescribing how we protect critical infrastructure and other kinds of infrastructure, private networks, state-owned networks, and how we use risk management and many other aspects. So all this helps us to create a standard in cyberspace, for example, and all that is prescribed here on the left part of the slide. And that includes professional functions, which translate into professional framework, a standard, and they become the foundation of an IST standard in cybersecurity. Of course, when we have qualifications, when we have frameworks, there are 46 professions. For that, you need to have a qualification center. And the center says, look, you have compliance compatibility with this profession, with this set of competencies and knowledge and skills. We give you evaluation. There is a testing system which is testing all of your competencies, and based on that, we will issue the compliance certificate. Shall I continue? Right. So there are industry frameworks for cybersecurity and standardization, and that translates into the qualification standard, and that is then evaluated by the qualification center. If you have a framework, if there is global experience, also I think in this case we need to change our qualification framework, and we have to introduce something which the experts will name from the agency. We do need to have a framework in cybersecurity. In the US, it's a national framework in cybersecurity. And it needs to have a name in Ukraine. And of course, we talk about cybersecurity, we talk about improving protection of information resources and protection of critical infrastructure based on the professional certification of personnel in line with national and international standards. So we are coming back to our question. We understand that there is qualification, but it needs to be rewarded. We want to use the ideology that US is using. And we can use this as a working title for right now. And with the help of the National Qualification Agency, we will have soon an industry framework. What we have already implemented, we implemented cybersecurity framework of the US. And when there was the European project for the skills framework, we already started using certain things. We had official translation of draft documents in Ukrainian, and starting October 1st, we were prepared to change many things. We spoke at many gatherings in Warsaw with regard to development of the frameworks, and we proved that we already were using these materials with the permission and authorization of European ENISA agency to develop our professional standards. So now these are the key components for us to create the industry qualification framework in cybersecurity. So we need to make changes in the classification of professions. And I must tell you that with facilitation of the Ministry of Economy and supported by the State Communication Service, first 14 new professions were entered into the classification of professions. And this has been done for the first time after many decades. And in September, another 10 professions were entered into the classification, and the Ministry of Economy agreed with this procedure. So now the classification professions has 27 new cybersecurity professions. So we have added this component so that in the future we could develop this industry. And when you have professions, you need to have professional standards. This year, we have developed 6 professional standards, and I'd like to thank the head of the national agency for help, for expert assessment, and on the 25th of November, they were finally approved. And when you have some changes, like in the US, according to the US model, you have to work with new standards, new professions, but for that you need to have an agency like a qualification center, which will help with evaluation of our cybersecurity experts, and that's how they can get their qualification level. And this model, which I told you about, we've implemented it. So we have a framework for cybersecurity. We have competencies, tasks, skills, abilities, and also there are employers in this field. And then there is the pool of stakeholders who help us implement all this. And for that purpose, now we need to have trainings and evaluation in the evaluation centers. So using this model, the competencies are broken down into 2 large levels. One is the description of the education domain, and another one is the working domain and its description. They're broken down according to the framework. So back then, we created our system and the stages of its development and how professional standards can be used. So we have our Ukrainian legislation, then there is the implementation of NIST standards. And of course, the next step would be the creation of the qualification center. Once again, I want to tell you that the qualification center cannot be just one. And people keep asking ourselves, you've developed 6 standards and now you're moving towards monopolizing everything through one qualification center. It's not going to be like that. There are requirements, there is the resolution of the CMU, and everyone will be responsible for his own sector. And if you see some opportunity, you can do that for your own departments, for your own units, and that would be a part of a system of many qualification centers in Ukraine who will be testing and checking for compliance with professional standards and jobs. I, of course, want to speak about the European skills framework. This network is very dynamic. We're talking about sets of skill sets, which are formed based on 12 areas, so 12 professional areas. And we've looked into the system, and the letter we sent to the Ministry of Economy about inclusion of additionally 10 more professions, now it's 27, so that already included 12 areas mentioned above. So as you can tell, We have in the system our trainers and teachers in cybersecurity. Then there is audit, and in US NIST the audit is prescribed as IT audit in cybersecurity. In European framework, they are broken down into two types of cybersecurity audit. One is IT audit in cybersecurity, another one is management audit. So one is for the technical staff, another one is for the managers. So we were quite surprised to learn about this, but then we understood how it works. So on your left, that's the Chief Information Security Officer. And we were surprised because based on the position, based on the qualification, we talk about auditors and other jobs, other positions in the profession, and they comply with US approach. And we're talking about corporations that are a part of NIST in the US, but Europeans also use the same ideology. And this Chief Information Security Officer, the NBU, National Bank of Ukraine, issued the Resolution 95, and they now say that the vice governor responsible for security cannot perform his job if he doesn't have the chief information security certificate. So we developed standards and the evaluation system, and we are trying to catch up with what the NBU is doing and try to comply with EU and US levels. So as I said before, 27 new professions have been included, and one of the tasks was to have compliance and compatibility between Ukrainian and international systems. That's why each Ukrainian title has a corresponding title from US standard or European standard. So we also have comparison tables for competencies, skills, and knowledge. And also they asked us so that in the future we could have those tables, comparison tables for recognition of positions. And we say 80%, 100% of compatibility between professions in that table and so on. So that's the information we worked on during the year. So 6 standards were introduced into the classifier. In red, we already mentioned things we have entered into the system. We plan to work on new standards. We want to support the working group that will be developing standards, and these are the new changes. We make changes like number 10 in this case, and number 11 this year. So we have here the head of cybersecurity, chief of information security, and the authorization officer, auditor for cybersecurity, cyber operator, analyst responsible for evaluation, and so on. So the rector of the Security Service Academy already spoke about the classifier. And this classifier has military chapters. So based on our initiative, we decided to introduce that in the classifier, and we hope that the standards will be developed. So we are talking about inquiry officer in information security, then counterintelligence in cybersecurity, that means inquiry officer, and criminology expert in cybersecurity, criminology expert in information protection, investigator in cybersecurity, and upon request of the Special State Communication Service as a result of the war with Russia. And after working with our international partners, we now have a question about legal regulation of incidents in cybersecurity. And in the NIST standard, they also talk about legal consulting, legal advice, and advocacy in cybersecurity. So those are the titles and the jobs that we want to present to you. And of course, the professional standards, professional centers of qualification, that needs to take place, and that needs to be implemented in those structures which are prescribed in the legislation. Who, by law, are responsible for cybersecurity? So we're talking about Security Service of Ukraine, Special Communications, NBU, Foreign Intelligence, and the MOD. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexander. So, a quick remark on my part. It's very nice to know that the national agency, along with you, were cooperating because you were using some professional approaches. We were using the general approach, such as the harmonization tool for the national framework of the European qualification. And a lot of work has been done in this field. So that was sufficient to make sure that this format can be filled with content. And we have regulation, we have capabilities. Now, have you reflected your work in the development of professional standards? Is it reflected in requirements for training programs in higher learning establishments? Were you able to start cooperation with universities, departmental universities that report to the security service of the MOD? Do you have plans to make this more practical? Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, it's really a big global area of work for us. That's what we plan for, that's what we want to do, and I'm very grateful to the SAD project for supporting this event and many other projects which we have. We have critical infrastructure security projects, we cooperate there, and we want to adapt our national training programs to professional standards. That's the basic requirement. And when we launched this project, we concluded some contractual relationships. USAID, together with experts, selected some learning establishments, and they agreed to develop new training programs based on the 6 standards. And this program already started. So we're talking about 10 learning establishments and 8 establishments that have contractual relationships with the state special communication service, and they will be hiring students, where they will be enrolling students, bachelor degree, master's degree students, already next year. We have faculty members, instructors who use this new methodology in cybersecurity department in Taras Shevchenko University, and they picked up this initiative to promote, BA and master degree training. And then by doing so, we already try to reform this whole sector in education to use professional standards. Although there are some learning establishments that still belong to this framework and the standards, and they really are skeptical about that, and they say, well, we'll see how this plays out. The National Academy here of the Security Service is a leading learning establishment in this case, and there are so many good programs that they have, and we held this forum a few weeks ago, and Andrei joined us, and we plan to create working groups to develop this military professional standards, because that is a direct function of the security service. It's not our function. And it's not the function of the state special communication service. That's our joint cooperation. So, well, I think there is this good idea to hold a workshop, a seminar for military education establishments, so that you could spread the word and share the experience. With the help of Alexander, we launched a new specialization. We no longer use code 1 to 5, and our specialization is called cybersecurity in national security, and those are the 2 programs under 1 civilian program. And also we have cybersecurity program for future counterintelligence officers, and we talk about psychological training and many other types of training. We also cooperate with the State Special Communications Service. We cooperate with the leadership of the service. We cooperate with stakeholders, the Cooperation with private stakeholders is also very good, and I spoke to the Minister of Defense recently, and I think we will promote this idea.
And we will involve this in our educational standards, and with military persons we will implement this. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite to give the floor the head of coordination department of professional training of National Guard of Ukraine. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this forum. It is a great pleasure for me and to represent the National Guard of Ukraine here. I would like to point out that the National Guard of Ukraine, according to Ukrainian legislation, is a military formation, and it is taking part together with other elements of defense of the defense sector of Ukraine, and it fulfills other tasks, including territorial defense. From 2014, Ukrainian military persons began to acquire experience from countries, from other countries, and from missions organized by our partners. I'm talking about the US, about Canada, about Georgian, about Romanian and other states. This embraced both collective and individual trainings. Our colleagues helped us elaborate programs for some professions to educate our military persons. And researching these programs, we found out that countries with NATO standards have different requirements to one and the same military profession. Considering this, the National Guard of Ukraine is taking part in the armed conflict, in the war with Russia, and there are many professions that must be in compliance with each other between different military troops. And this is also important that these military professions are published in the classifier, in the general classifier of professions. And we, the National Guard of Ukraine, started to create professional standards for 8 professions. This is the controller for the most important state objects and other professions. These standards are almost ready, and they will be published on our official website, and I invite everyone to take part in the discussion about these standards. And I understand that these standards will be a base for the elaboration of new ones in the future. and for the education of military personnel in military institutions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Dmitro. We have a couple of questions that we received online. These questions might be easy, might be not, but on what? So we had a very good speech to this topic. Let us, how many standards did you develop? We have 27 in our classifier of profession, and this year we added 6 professions more, and we are going on this way. Let me ask you another question. We have global military professions and positions. We have about 6,000 military positions. How should the classifier of professions will be transformed? There are no descriptions for military professions in the classifier. What must be the work in this direction? First of all, there are professions that are already in the classifier, and this is also about military professions. And there are also other professions, and they are being used, for example, analytical stuff. There are analytical specialists for dangers. These are general professions and general professional standards, and they must be used directly in the Ministry of Defense. But I think that you can choose all of these professions. This is a one opportunity, but another way is to choose professions that are of top priority for you and to consider them on the level of the Ministry of Defense and to make a transition plan, a transition concept on the level of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and in this way you can use professional standards that are created for the whole country and to use all skills and all our descriptions, and you can use this without any problems and to adapt them for yourself. Our Ukrainian professional standards comply with NIST standards from the USA. This is not our fantasy. We've made a separate codification in our standards, and 90% of the standards for the analyst professions are corresponding with the US standards. But again, we have 28 or 29 knowledge fields, and how can be compared how this fields may be compared, how the Minister of Defense can conduct this work. This needs new decisions, and a huge work is waiting for us. Mr. Yuri, you are the only representative of the Ministry of Defense here. Maybe you can tell us about the opinion of your ministry. We have to consider experience of NATO countries and other countries, and we have to acquire experience to conduct armed struggle in armed conflicts. We have 9 months of the war, and we need great amendments in qualifications and in education of military persons. This is a very complicated work we have before us in the future. So there are professional standards, and they must be updated. Yes, we have to amend them. They must be described more. They must be described better, and we are elaborating new standards. This process is going on, and the window of opportunities always has its time limits, so we have to do this work in time. I think that we had a fruitful discussion, and we had good materials, and we know steps that wait for us in the future. We heard tactical and strategical thoughts. Our theme has been discussed, comprehensive and complex, and I would like to thank to our viewers. This panel has been recorded, and you have an opportunity to see it in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our speakers, and it's important that they found time to join us today, and we are thankful to military people that they defend us and give us opportunities to work. the country. It is very important to integrate Ukraine in the European space, and we managed to create a platform for free discussions and for the development of the human capital in Ukraine, considering huge challenges that our country has faced. The full integration of Ukraine in the European Union means the entrance to the unified economic European space, and all standards must be unified. This requires political and administrative decisions. This requires active positions, intense positions of stakeholders in forming the national qualifications model. During 2 days of the forum, we had opportunities to discuss topics on the development of the national qualifications systems, and this will support the development and the rebuilding of the economy of our country. The professional education is very important for the well-being of the Ukrainian society. The human capital means, in the first place, skills, knowledge, experience. One of the main tasks of the qualification systems is acquiring qualifications that the labor market needs the most now. The national qualifications framework is very important during here, and the process of the implementation of the national framework of qualifications and the preparation for the next step of the European integration. The European framework of qualification must comply with the Ukrainian one. The standardization in the qualifications system and in the system of regulated professions is of great importance. Our speakers told us about the assurance of transparency in the regulation of regulated professions, including Ukrainian legislation, and this must be one of the prioritized aims of Ukraine in the near future.
In the conditions of the full-scale war, this year, and this time, a lot of attention was paid to the qualifications in the security and defense sector. Right now, the Ukrainian military are progressing towards new levels of development and proper affirmation of their professionalization in the national system of qualification, and also mirroring all the important requirements and demands from the military and representatives of other power ministries is just a demand of the time. The participants of the forum spoke about the need of proper cooperation of all the stakeholders on this matter, and an obvious feature of this forum is identification by its participants of preparedness to consolidate efforts for the sake of rebuilding Ukraine and further development of the national system of qualification, implementation of policies with regard to professional qualifications, and optimization of development of human capital. The summary of this forum is already a tradition, and They will be properly worked on and published by the National Qualification Agency. On behalf of the National Qualification Agency, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all of the participants of the International Forum and the partners as well for their interest, for their support to the initiatives which aim at building a national qualification system in Ukraine in line with modern-day standards. And I am convinced that there will be fruitful, mutually beneficial cooperation between us on the path of sustainable development, and Ukraine will prevail and win. Glory to Ukraine.
Впевнена, що ми всі візьмемо.
I am convinced that we all will remember the messages of our speakers. I'd like to thank the moderators for high-quality content. I'd like to thank the participants for participating also through social networks. I'd like to thank everyone for showing the effort, which has become the foundation for success in this endeavor. And then in the future, we'll be working on the most interesting things, practical implementation and gaining experience. On this forum, which was organized by the National Qualification Agency, we believe that we will all attain success. Now this forum is officially over, and next time we will meet again after we win. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Ukrainian defenders.